Now entering the ring to start our Eastern States National Ayrshire show is our spring heifer calves. Judging our Eastern States National Ayrshire show today is Mark Reith. Mark grew up on a 35-cow grade dairy farm in Wisconsin. After graduating from the University of Wisconsin River Falls, he began working with some of the leading dairy herds in Wisconsin and the Pacific Northwest. While on the Pacific Coast, he purchased Westland Tom D with a group of partners. That cow went on to become a 4-time World Dairy Expo Grand Champion and earned Reserve Supreme Champion honors at the show. Tom D was just the first of 4 cows to win Supreme or Reserve Supreme Champion honors during the past for Reith. Mark Reith and his partner, Nikki Reep, own and operate Rosedale Genetics Limited. They currently milk 82 head and raise an additional 140 head of heifers, maintaining a BAA of 110.2 and a rolling herd average of 20,500. International interest in Rosedale genetics has resulted in embryo sales to 10 different countries. In 2005, Lavender Ruby Red Rose Red became the first red and white to win Supreme Champion honors at World Dairy Expo. She was All-American Red and White 125,000-pound cow in 2007 after being named Grand Champion. Mark has judged numerous shows across the U.S. and Canada and has judged national shows around the world. He was the official judge of the International Holstein Show during the 2009 World Dairy Expo in Madison, Wisconsin. Mark currently serves on World Dairy Expo's Dairy Cattle Show Committee and has twice been recognized for his skills with dairy cattle, earning the Klusendorf Mackenzie Award in 1995 and the Klusendorf Award in 2008. It's great to have you here in the center of the ring today, Mark, judging our Eastern States National Ayrshire Show. Junior exhibitors, please step forward. Congratulations to Blue Spruce Farm winning our Spring Heifer Calf class with Blue Spruce Auto 21563. And here's our judge with his reasons.
Well, good morning. Really enjoyed to be out here. Beautiful weather here today, and just a beautiful class to start this show off. And for me, just a handy winner. I think the heifer in first is kind of what you really look for. Just that square balance heifer. Walks really nice on feet and legs, and I'm going to talk a lot about that all day long. I like heifers that move extremely well and comfortable on their rear legs, comfortable on their front legs, and I think this heifer puts it all together. She is well grown, but you like that length of frame and that strength up to the front end, and when this first one walks at you, she's just wider through her chest floor. She's deeper down through that chest when you see her from the side, and just blends more smoothly through that frame all the way through. And like I said, the first one just walks perfectly on her feet and legs. You love that width and balance throughout. To win this class. And the second heifer you really admire for that angularity, that cleanness and cut. And when you see her over that heifer in second, it's a close placing, but I give the advantage to the heifer in second, just a little bit more feminine, clean all the way through. She's a little nicer right down through her hock region, a little cleaner in her bone, but you really love the balance that this third heifer has in that frame, and she uses that front end power through the front end to go over the white heifer coming in fourth. When you see her from the front end, she's wider through the chest. When you see her from the side, she's just deeper through that forerib, blends a little nicer through her front end also than the white heifer that's extremely stylish coming in fourth. Fourth over fifth, a closer placing, but I like the length of frame in our fourth heifer. She's longer from head to tail, just a little bit more silkier and clean and a little nicer right through her rear legs, but another well-balanced heifer here in fifth. Beautiful heifer. I'd say the top 10 heifers in this class were outstanding and really good quality. It's going to be a great show. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Blue Spruce Farm winning our Spring Heifer Calf class with Blue Spruce Auto 21563. Second place to Carl Folan and Diana Parker with Heinemann Burdett Bacardi. Third to Henry Hardy with Hardy Farm G Beast Vina. Fourth to Rydale Genetics, Ryan and Marjorie Ryda with Rydale Maverick Monica. And fifth to Heather Merrill and Madison Wickham with Mile High Autograph Gucci. Now entering the ring is the Winter Heifer Calf class. As you follow along in your book, placings in that incredible spring heifer calf class, the top of the page, entry 3005 from Ashley Owen was 17th. 3006 from Gage Garrity was 14th and 5th junior. 3007 from Kylie Jordan was 9th and 3rd junior. 3008 from Craig and Bonnie Hawksley was 20. 3009 from Lacey Barber and Jenny Young was 8th and 2nd junior. 3010 from Blue Spruce Farm was 12th. 3011 from Jenny Young was 19. On the top of the next page, entry 3012 from Blue Spruce Farm was 13. 3013 from Ashley Owen and Michael Clendenin was 16th. 3016 from Carl Folan and Dinah Parker was 2nd. 3017 from Heather Merrill and Madison Wickham was 5th. 3018 from John Henry and Elizabeth Tiffany was 15th. 3020 from Bill Davenport was 10th. 3019 from Blue Spruce Farm was our class winner in 1st. 3021 from Brady Nolan and Madison Andrew was 16th. 3024 from Isabel Burrington, Rydell Genetics, Ryan and Marjorie Rada was 11th and 4th junior. 3022 was scratched. 3025 from CR Farm, Linwood and Gordon Huntington was 18th. 3027 from Henry Hardy was 3rd. 3026 from John Ennis was 7th and 1st junior. And 3028 from Rydell Genetics, Ryan and Marjorie Rada was 4th. Currently in the ring is the winter heifer calves. Junior exhibitors, please take 2 steps forward. Here, all. Congratulations to Rydell Genetics, Ryan and Marjorie Rada, winning our winter heifer calf class. And here's our judge with his reasons.
Well, another really nice class and a close placing at the top, but I'm starting with the heifer that's the youngest heifer in the class in first here. She's a heifer that's extremely well balanced, very clean, very angular, got a beautiful head and neck on her, and she uses that overall silkiness, the angularity and openness of rib to go over this deep body heifer here coming in second. Our first heifer is just a little nicer through her head and neck, a little cleaner and more feminine up through that front end. She's a little nicer on all 4 legs. She's just a little cleaner in her bone structure and a little bit more correct all the way through than, like I said, this extremely deep body, well-balanced heifer here coming in second. Second over third, just a heifer that shows more style on the move. She's cleaner cut, more open in that frame. She's a little nicer and cleaner right through that hock region, and a little bit more style up through her front end than the heifer in third. The white heifer in third goes over the heifer in fourth. I moved the white heifer up. I think once you see her in the lineup, she stands a little nicer on her feet and legs. So I moved her up here, and she's just, to me, a little bit more balanced all the way through. And she uses that overall length of frame, that length from hips to pins also to go over this long angular heifer here coming in fourth. Fourth over fifth. I just like how she stands on her legs a little nicer when you see her, a little nicer set to that hock region, standing in line, and just a little bit more angular and clean than heifer in fifth. Heifer in fifth from hips forward, you really love the length of frame, the beautiful long, clean head and neck on her. Another beautiful heifer, but to me, in the lineup, she can stand just a little straight on those hock region, and that's why I moved her where I did. But a beautiful class, I think beautiful winners all the way through. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Rydell Genetics, Ryan and Marjorie Rida, winning our winter heifer calf class with Rydell Maverick Chanel. Second and first junior to Livy Russo with Northern Air Molas Frostbite. Third to Sarah and Granger Pervecchio with Blue Spruce Ringer 21418 ET. Fourth to Blue Spruce Farms with Blue Spruce Rubicon. And fifth and second junior to Paige Chamberlain and Blue Spruce Farms with Blue Spruce Robinson. Now in the ring is our fall heifer calves. For those following along in your book, placings in the winter heifer calf class. The top of the page, entry 3029 from Rydell Genetics, Ryan and Marjorie Rada was first. 3031 from Jenny Young was 14th. 3032 from Ashley Owen was 10th. 3033 from Caitlin Small was 11th. 3034 from Livy Russo was 2nd and first junior. 3035 from Shannon Steins was 13th. 3036 from Henry Hardy was 7th. The top of the next page, entry 3037 from Brady and Tara Nolan was 9th. 3038 from Tyler Woodman was 12th. 3039 from Paige Chamberlain and Blue Spruce Farms was 5th and 2nd junior. 11815 from Brian Trinkle was 6th and 3rd junior. 3040 from Sarah and Granger Provecchio was 3rd. 3041 from Blue Spruce Farms was 4th. And 3042 from William Davenport was 8th. Currently in the ring is the Fall Heifer Calves. We'd like to thank all of our photographers in the ring today. We have Frank Putnam running our live stream, which you can watch on the Biggie Mallory North. Next Level Images is taking shots in the ring. They're available on nextlevelimages.com to purchase. Cosmo is here taking photos, and those will be available on their site. And we'd like to thank Kim Wolf from Eastern States Exposition taking our headshots in the winner's circle. Leah Jordan from Civil Fisher Photography is also here today to take photos of our heifers and cows while they're all dressed up in their fancy clothes. I'd like to thank sponsors of our Eastern National Junior Ayrshire Show. KB Genetics and Kyle Bearer sponsored showmanship that we had last night. New England Ayrshire Club is sponsoring the youth show shirts that they're wearing in the ring today. Oak Knoll Farm is sponsoring class winners. Century Oaks Farm sponsoring junior champion, reserve champion, and honorable mention. Oak Knoll Farm sponsoring intermediate champion, reserve, and honorable mention. Rydale Genetics is sponsoring our senior champion. Gabe Blaisdell sponsoring reserve senior champion. In memory of Richard Caberly is our grand champion female. Gabe Blaisdell sponsoring our reserve grand champion female, and Oak Knoll Farm sponsoring our champion Brendan Owen. Thank you to all of the Ayrshire breeders and exhibitors that are sponsoring our Eastern States National Junior Ayrshire Show. Junior exhibitors, take 2 steps forward, please. Congratulations to Rydale Genetics and Legacy Lane Farm winning our fall heifer calf class. And here's our judge with his reasons.
Well, nice heifer to win the class here, and again, I'm going to talk about feet and legs. I think our first one just walks so nice on all 4 legs, and she handles herself so extremely, and she's a well-balanced heifer all the way through in style and angularity, and she uses how she moves on her legs. I think when you see her in the lineup, she's more correct down through that hock region, more correct in how that leg is set, how she puts her legs underneath her. She's a little cleaner up through her front end, up through her head and neck, and down through that front bone structure, and just a little bit more style when you see her out than another well-balanced heifer here coming in second. Heifer in second just uses that overall angularity. She's cleaner up through her front end, cleaner through that rib structure, a little cleaner down through the bone structure also than the white heifer coming here in third. Third over fourth at close placing, but I think when you see her in a line or on the move, the young lady just does a little nicer job leading this heifer in third. She's got her loin a little stronger when you see her out. She just stands a little nicer in the lineup and just handles herself a little bit nicer. The heifer in fourth, at times you think she could be right at the top, and then sometimes she just likes to pull that loin a little bit. But the heifer in fourth, you really love that long dairy frame, and at times she looks spectacular out there. And she just, to me, a little bit nicer right through that front end, just a little bit nicer how the rib structure blends into her shoulder and more angular. But another dark heifer here coming in fifth. You love that angular open rib and a nice style to her also. Beautiful class. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Rydale Genetics and Legacy Lane Farm winning our fall heifer calf class with Blue Spruce Reynolds 21172. Second to Henry Hardy with Hardy Farm GB Cream. Third to Madison Andrew with Shaker Hollow Rain Bubbles. Fourth and first junior to Cole Partridge and Carl Folan with Lazy M Autocorrect. And fifth to Blue Spruce Farms with Blue Spruce Stanley 21168. Following along in your book, ringside, placings in the fall heifer calf class. The top of the page, entry 3046 from Ashley Owen was 12th. 3047 from Jenny Young was 9th. 3048 from Caitlin Small was 10th. 3049 from Kylie Jordan was 6th and second junior. 3050 from Scott Haynes and Tyler Woodman was 8th. 3051 from Madison Andrew was 3rd. 3052 from Henry Hardy was 2nd. On the top of the next page, entry 3054 from Brady Nolan was 7th. 3055 from Craig and Bonnie Hawksley was 11th. 3058 from Cole Partridge and Carl Folan was 4th and First Junior. 3059 from Rydale Genetics and Legacy Lane Farm was our class winner in first. And 3060 from Blue Spruce Farms was 5th. Currently in the ring are the summer yearling heifers. I'd like to thank the sponsors of our Eastern States National Ayrshire Show, sponsoring all of our awards. We have Blue Spruce Farm, Holly Stevens, Wine Ridge Farm, Legacy Lane Farm, Morning Dew Farm, Glen Farm Incorporated, donated by Deer Hill Farm in memory of Francis and Mildred Wickland, donated by Legacy Lane Farm in memory of Donald and Anna Proctor, C.B. Elwell, Gabe Blaisdell, Rydale Genetics, Woodman Farm, Shaker Hollow Farm, donated by Lone Birch Ayrshires in memory of Diane Woodis, Scott Davenport, Cabot, Eastern States Expositions, Rhode Island Ayrshire Club, the Massachusetts Ayrshire Club, and Transova Genetics. We appreciate all the sponsors of our show, and special thanks to all of our Ayrshire breeders and exhibitors for their support of our 2025 Eastern States National Ayrshire Show. Junior exhibitors, please take 2 steps forward. Congratulations to Kylie Jordan winning our summer yearling heifer class with Bushy Brook a haiku. And here's our judge with his reasons.
Well, the pair of heifers at the top is the youngest heifers in the class, and actually the first heifer is just a few days out of being a fall calf, and you really got to admire that age didn't hold her back at all, and it's that overall correctness really that she wins this class. I think when you see her on the move, extremely angular in her frame, deep both fore and rear ribs. She walks on a nice set of feet and legs, and she uses that overall body capacity to go over the heifer here, coming in second. When you see her out on the move, she's deeper both fore and rear rib and shows just a little bit more spray in her rib. And when you stand right behind her, she's wider and flatter through that rump structure than this long body heifer coming here in second. Second over third, just angularity. When you see her up through the head and neck, she's cleaner, more feminine through her frame structure, more openness in the rib, just a little cleaner down through the bone structure. But you really admire the heifer in third on that square cut frame to her, that deep body to her. And she also, I think, on the move is just a little more stylish when you see her over the heifer in fourth. She's a little just more angular through her head and neck and cleaner cut throughout than another powerful heifer coming here in fourth. Fourth over fifth, just on that angularity also. She's more open in that rib structure. She's deeper in that rear flank region and maybe handles her rear legs a freckle bit nicer here than a long body, tall heifer coming in fifth. Nice class, congratulations.
Congratulations to Kylie Jordan winning our summer yearling heifer class. She's also our first junior with Brushy Brook a haiku. Second junior to Aiden Schonecker with True Blessings AG reality check. Third junior to Megan DePaul with RBF Genetics Mr. P Dream. Fourth to Tyler Woodman with Woodman Farm Dynamic Jordan. And fifth to Scott Davenport with Tollwood King Sire Sadie. Now entering the ring is our spring yearling heifers. Junior exhibitors, take 2 steps forward. Congratulations to Blue Spruce Farm winning our spring yearling heifer class with Blue Spruce Dynamic Mia.
Well, another nice class, and a pair of heifers that sort themselves up to the top of the class on their cleanness and dairiness and angularity. Our first heifer, I think, just puts it all really together. I think when you see her out on the move, she's very well made. She's deep both fore and rear ribs. She walks really nice on a beautiful set of feet and legs. And she uses that overall balance through that rib structure to go over that heifer in second. When you see her on the move, she's deeper both fore and rear rib. And I just like how she shows a little bit more spring to that rear rib region for her age here than the heifer in second. Also, when you stand right behind her, our first heifer just has a little bit more flair to that rump region. It's just a little wider and flatter and a bit cleaner down through the bone structure, but another beautiful heifer here coming in second. You love that angularity, the clean cut. She's a heifer that's more feminine up through her for her head and neck, and she just, when you see her in lineup, she's a little cleaner right down through that hock region and just handles her rear legs a freckle bit nicer than this big, long, tall heifer coming here in third. Heifer in third, just longer in her frame, more angular in that frame here today, and just moves a little nicer and freer than the heifer in fourth. Fourth over fifth, just a little wider through that rump region. She's a little nicer right through the loin region and a little bit more depth and spring to that fore rib than another beautiful heifer coming in fifth. Beautiful class, congratulations.
Congratulations to Blue Spruce Farms winning our spring yearling heifer class, the Blue Spruce Dynamic Mia. Second place to Beverly Donovan with Deer Hill Fox Ann. Third to Brian Smith with Glen Farm Charisma Gal. Fourth and first junior to Lizzie Kadzik with Old Bankston PBR Misty. Fifth and second junior to Lacey Barber and Jenny Young with True Blessing Sergeants Miss Reba. Now entering the ring will be our winter yearling heifers. Junior exhibitors, please take 2 steps forward. Congratulations to Carl Fullen, winning our winter yearling heifer class, and here's our judge with his reasons.
Well, another nice class and just an outstanding pair at the top. I told these gentlemen there I want to know when these heifers calve in, because you know, when I judge heifers, you think like calves, you want to see how they are yearlings. But I think when you get to this age, you want heifers with potential to make really good cows. And I think these two are just made right. And I think when you get, like I told the young man in first here, when you stand behind this first heifer, she has all the right parts to make a great cow. She's got a wide rump, got great width between those rear legs. She's square. She's got a big cage to her. And I think she just somewhat in the lineup maybe overwhelms the one in second just on that overall width and power throughout. But that heifer in second, you love that style and balance. But it's our overall width and balance throughout that our first one goes over the second, and just the width through the rump and how she moves on those rear legs. Heifer in second, great balance, great style. She's just more feminine, clean to her frame structure, more open in her rib, just cleaner bones right down to her hock region. Then a nice heifer here coming in third. Third over fourth, two very similar heifers. Heifer in third is just cleaner down through the hock structure. I think she's just made a little nicer in her rear legs also. A little more clean and feminine through that frame than the heifer in fourth. Fourth over fifth, just a heifer, maybe a little bit more power right through that loin region. She's more level over the top. But I think in the lineup too, I just like where she positions her rear legs a little more squarely beneath her than the heifer in fifth. The heifer in fifth, you love that deep open rib. I think maybe once she calves in, she's going to continue to get better also. Nice class, beautiful pair at the top.
Congratulations to Carl Fullen. Carl's winning our winter yearling heifer class with full air gentle McKenna. Second place to Blue Spruce Farms with Blue Spruce Auto Martha. Third and first junior to Madison and Kaylee Rida with Morning Dew Reynolds Zende. Fourth and second junior to Madison and Kaylee Rida and Isabel Barrington with Morning Dew Reynolds Christmas. And fifth to Glen Farm with Glen Farm Dynamic Melanie. Now entering the ring is the fall yearling heifers. Junior exhibitors, take 2 steps forward. Congratulations to Jenny Young, winning our fall yearling heifer class with True Blessings, Princess Praline. And here's our judge with his reasons.
Well, nice class, and 4 very uniformed animals. And there ain't much difference from the first one to the last one. Actually, I told the young man in 4th, when she come in the ring, I thought she was going to win pretty hands down, but I just don't like the way the heifer in 4th when she stands in the lineup where her legs set. So it's a little, you got to kind of nitpick through this class, but like I told the lady in 1st, I think I would bet maybe that first one's going to have the best udder when she can. I like where that udder's positioned. I like the angular to her frame. She's carrying a little extra weight, but you can see the bone structure's very clean and very feminine. And to me, our first one's just a little bit more balanced all the way through. That angularity, that openness of rib, the cleanness of their bone structure. And I think when you get her in lineup, she has the best feet and legs when you stand her right in line. And she just keeps them a little more square when you stand behind her. She's a little cleaner right down to that. Even that tail structure shows a little bit more angular in her frame than this heifer in 2nd. 2nd over 3rd, 2 very similar heifers. I think when you look at her, the rib structure, she is a little bit more open and a little more spring to the rib. When you get right behind her, she's just a freckle bit cleaner down through that thigh region and down through her hock and bone structure also than this heifer in 3rd. 3rd over 4th, just like how she stands on those rear legs a little nicer. She's a little more square when you see her in the lineup. She handles her rear legs just a little bit more nicer on the move. But like I said, this one in 4th, you love that frame from hips forward. She's beautiful, and she's going to make some really nice calves. And they all going to put an udder on, and they're going to change here. But I'm going with this dark heifer here to win the class. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Jenny Young, winning our fall yearling heifer class with True Blessings, Princess Praline. 2nd and 1st junior to Danielle Trinkle with Trinkle Farms Reynolds Gloria. 3rd and 2nd junior to Cole Partridge and Carl Foland with Bavaraz Stanley Reagan. And 4th to Craig and Bonnie Hawksley with Sweet Pepper Black Hortense. Next in the ring will be junior champion of our junior show. Congratulations to Jenny Young, winning the fall yearling heifer class with True Blessings, Princess Praline. 2nd and 1st junior to Danielle Trinkle with Trinkle Farms Reynolds Gloria. 3rd and 2nd junior to Cole Partridge and Carl Folan with Bavara Stanley Regan. Now in the ring will be our junior champion of our junior show. Following this is junior champion of the open show. 1st and 2nd place animals should be at ringside. Yeah, okay. We make prep up today.
Yeah, she started trying to guess. I'm like, hey, we can guess.
I can guess
all by ourselves.
Now in the ring, competing for junior champion of our junior show, our first place spring heifer calf from Mackenzie Ennis, Kingwood Gentle Beast Petunia. Our second place spring heifer calf from Lacey Barber, True Blessings Royal Lynn. Our first place winter heifer calf from Livy Russo, Northern Air Mollusk Frostbite. And our second place winter heifer calf from Paige Chamberlain, Blue Spruce Robinson 21428. The first place fall heifer calf from Cole Partridge, Lazy M Autocorrect. And the second place fall heifer calf from Kylie Jordan, Brushy Brook PBR Helga. Our first place summer yearling from Kylie Jordan, Brushy Brook A Haiku. And a second place summer yearling from Aiden Schonecker, True Blessings AG Reality Check. The first place spring yearling from Elizabeth Kazik, Old Bankston PBR Missy. And our second place spring yearling from Lacey Barber, True Blessing Sergeants Miss Reba. The first place winter yearling from Madison and Kaylee Rida, Morning Dew Reynolds Zende. And the second place spring winter yearling from Isabel Barrington, Madison and Kaylee Rida, Morning Dew Reynolds Christmas. Our first place fall yearling from Danielle Trinkle, Trinkle Farms Reynolds Gloria. And our second place fall yearling from Cole Partridge, Bavara Stanley Regan.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, for everybody watching, we as an industry in agriculture are very blessed to have shows like this that the kids get to exhibit, and they learn great value. Uh, they learn that they need friendship and family and teamwork to get these animals to the ring. They learn one-on-one how to get these animals out and work with them. They learn how to win and sometimes how to get beat. And some days you have it and some days you don't. Sometimes the animals work, but when you're out in the rain, it's just you and that animal. And those are values in life that we're very lucky that these kids can learn stuff that they don't learn in school, and you learn out here in the rain, and you learn working with other people, and you learn how to work together and communicate, and that's just a great part of showing. So all these people watching this, give these young kids a round of applause. They've done a great job. I pulled out 5 heifers that I think fit my pattern of style, balance, feet and legs that we talked about. At first is the young spring calf, I think extremely correct, very stylish in her makeup, and she has, I think, a great future ahead of her. The fall calf, a heifer extremely long and angular and so clean and well balanced and stylish. The summer yearling, just a end of August heifer, great width and power and style for her age, just an outstanding heifer. I pulled out the winter yearling, a great heifer with great width and power and strength throughout, another nice set of feet and legs. And then I pulled out the fall yearling, another heifer that's square cut throughout. I think these are kind of what I look for, exemplify what I like in the breed. And I'm going to go out, I'll select my junior champion, my reserve junior champion, honorable mention. I'll give a few reasons. As nice as these heifers is, I think this is a clear-cut winner. She's and everything I exemplify in a heifer. She's got great width, a great style, beautiful clean-cut frame, and like I said, she's just a few days out of being in the next or the younger class. And for that saying, she's got great size and capacity, and she just overwhelms the reserve champion in that angularity and that style, that cleanness up to her front end, the cleanness over the rump, and just a more feminine clean in that rib structure all the way through. Than our winter yearling. Winter yearling over the fall yearling, to me, two very similar heifers. I think the winter yearling just a little, again, cleaner cut through her front end, a little bit more angular, clean throughout, and just a little bit more feminine, clean in her frame than this fall yearling. Fall yearling just needs a calf, but she's a very wide, square cut heifer that did very nice in her class also. Great quality all the way down. Give all these exhibitors a round of applause again. Beautiful heifer show.
Congratulations to Kylie Jordan winning our junior champion of our junior show with her summer yearling, Brushy Brook A Haiku. Our junior champion is also our best bred and owned animal of our junior heifer show. Our reserve junior champion goes to the winter yearling from Madison and Kaylee Rida, Morning Dew Reynolds Zende. And the honorable mention to the fall yearling from Danielle Trinkle Farms Reynolds Gloria. Congratulations to all of our juniors. Now entering the ring are the animals competing for junior champion of our Eastern States National Ayrshire Show. Our animals competing for junior champion of our show. Our first place spring heifer calf from Blue Spruce Farm, Blue Spruce Auto, 21563. And our second place spring heifer calf from Carl Folan and Diana Parker, Heinemann Burdette Bacardi. The first place winner heifer calf from Rydale Genetics and Ryan and Marjorie Ryda, Rydale Maverick Chanel. And the second place winner heifer calf from Livy Russo, Northern Air Molasse Frostbite. Our first place fall heifer calf from Rydale Genetics and Legacy Lane Farm, Blue Spruce Reynolds 21172. And our second place fall heifer calf from Henry Hardy, Hardy Farm G Beast Cream. The first place summer yearling from Kylie Jordan, Brushy Brook A Haiku. And the second place summer yearling from Aiden Schonecker, True Blessings AG Reality Check. A first place spring yearling from Blue Spruce Farms, Blue Spruce Dynamic Mia. And the second place spring yearling from Beverly Donovan, Deer Hill Foxanne. The first place winner yearling from Carl Folan, Full Air Gentle McKenna. And the second place winner yearling from Blue Spruce Farms, Blue Spruce Auto Martha. Our first place fall yearling from Jenny Young, True Blessings Princess Praline. And the second place fall yearling from Danielle Trinkle, Trinkle Farms Reynolds Gloria.
Well, it's just been a tremendous show, and I've kind of followed the shows over the years. I've been fortunate to judge the Holstein and do your spring show out in this area, and got to know, even fitted for a few people the Holstein show here many years ago. But so I've been out here a few times, but I've always followed the show because I was always amazed at all the heifers and the number of good cattle that come out of this area in this breed, and it's very, very rewarding to be out here. And I think we just had a fantastic show. And I know the first time I judged my first show, I'm going to say 40 years ago, but it was out in the state of Washington. And you work through your class, and when junior champion comes in, and you have your first and second of each class come out, it defines your pattern of what you like judging. And when these come in, one after another, they're all cut the same. They all walk really nice. They're very well balanced. And I couldn't be more happy from top to bottom, first and second, when they come in. I thought it's just an outstanding group. So give these exhibitors and breeders, it's a lot of money to come here, a lot of work, but I think it's just a tremendous show. And I wanted to pull more out, but I just pulled the 5 out because of the great quality. I pulled that spring calf out. I think great future ahead of her. She's so well balanced. She's got the same cut of all these other heifers. For her age, she's well grown, she's long, she walks really nice on her feet and legs. I pulled the winter calf out, another very petite calf, just so clean cut, hard topped, beautiful set of feet and legs. The fall calf, just very correct in her overall makeup. She's clean, she's angular, she's the right kind, she's just so stylish when you see her out. I pulled that very young summer yearling out, a heifer you really admire for that overall width and balance and style. And for her age, she's done it. She handled that big class extremely well. Pulled the spring yearling out, another heifer. When you see her out, just extremely well balanced, so stylish and so feminine and clean. And I pulled the winter yearling out, a heifer, like I said, you get behind her, has great width, great power, and spring to that rib structure. Looks like she can make a really nice cow. I'm going to go out. It's very close. I'm going to go out, select my junior champion, my reserve junior champion, honorable mention. I'll give a few reasons. There's a lot of great heifers out here, and I think you could do a number of things. I think it's very close for junior champion reserve. These are two very similar heifers, great style, great balance. I think our fall calf, I think he's just a little cleaner cut to her over frame. She just maybe tracks a freckle bit nicer on those rear legs, but it's extremely close. I think just a little more style all the way through when this first heifer's on the move than heifer and for reserve. Reserve heifer, I think, got a great future over. She's got great width to that frame, great sprinter rib. And to me, she's just a little nicer right through that crop region, right through her front end than this winter yearling. The winter yearling, like I said, could make a really nice cow. I think these three heifers got great potential, great future ahead of them. Give them another round of applause. Very, very beautiful show.
Congratulations to Rydell Genetics and Legacy Lane Farm, winning our junior champion with a fall heifer calf, Blue Spruce Reynolds. Our reserve junior champion to Kylie Jordan, and also best bred and owned of our show, with Brushy Brook A Haiku. An honorable mention to the winner yearling from Carl Fullen, Full Air Gentle McKenna. Congratulations. Exhibitors, please hold your places.
Well, like when you have a really nice heifer show, you're probably going to have a lot of junior best threes, and I think too when you get in an area like this that's great breeder oriented, then you really see great quality. And this class, what I've learned over the years, you really see a pattern of what the breeder breeds for, and the pattern of animals usually are very similar. I think when you get this group out of the group in first, I told them it looks like an all-American group, and it's going to be hard to find a better three beautiful heifers than that group in first. I think they win this hand. As tough as this is to place this, they win quite handily, just on their quality, the balance, the maturity, uniformity, and style. And they go over that younger group in second, just more maturity, more width and power throughout, and just a little bit more style in the placings than the group in second. Second over third, a little closer placement, but I think the group in second to me is a little more uniformed in all three heifers, a little nicer maybe in their feet and legs, a little cleaner bone right down there, but very close second and third. Third over fourth, just a little bit more angularity and openness of rib. Fourth over fifth, just a little bit more width and power throughout, but a very close placing. Fifth over sixth, just a little more style, a little bit more angularity. 6 over 7's just a little bit more width and power, upstanding, and maybe a little bit more depth of rib on all three animals. But just beautiful groups out here. Give them a round of applause. Like I said, it's a lot of money, a lot of work to get them here. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Blue Spruce Farm winning junior best 3 females. Second to Rydell Genetics, Ryan and Marjorie Rada. Third to Henry Hardy. Fourth to Tyler Woodman. Fifth to Kylie Jordan. Sixth to Jenny Young, and 7 to Bridie Nolan. We'd also like to award our premier exhibitor of our heifer show. Goes to Blue Spruce. Second place was Rydell Genetics, and third is Henry Hardy. Our premier breeder of our heifer show is also Blue Spruce Farms. Second place was Jenny Young. Congratulations to Blue Spruce Farms as our premier breeder and exhibitor of our heifer show. Congratulations. We do have 15 minutes, and then we'll be starting with our fall yearlings at noon. Congratulations to Blue Spruce Farm winning our junior best 3 females. Second place to Rydell Genetics, Ryan and Marjorie Rida, and third to Henry Hardy. Our premier exhibitor and premier breeder of our heifer show is Blue Spruce Farms. Congratulations to the Adet family. Ayrshire exhibitors, we have 15 minutes till we start with cows. Also, Ayrshire exhibitors, don't forget Leah Jordan is here from Sybil Fisher Photography. If you'd like to get a photo taken, she is outside over at gate 10 in the tent. Well done. You have 15 minutes.
I can't fit them in. I can't fit them in. And she won't give me, so they drop 10 teams of working steers, but she won't give me this row, and I could fit them in on that row. It's a good question, because I called. Yeah. So I called to my dear friend, and the working steers are like, no, we're not bringing, they have 30 teams slated to come, and they're drop 9, maybe 10, which frees up this whole row. There are days where just about. Well, maybe it's been longer than 20. Exactly. No, it's like, what the heck? Yeah. Oh, I already have. She's the one that's going, absolutely not. I've given you your rows. She's pulling a power trip, so I'm going to let that stew. Yeah, go see if lunch is here, and take the judge for lunch in there too. there would be zero room. Zero. I mean, as it is.
Well, excuse me, but what the fuck? They moved us here because there was more space. So who fucking lied?
4-H beef decided to come down here.
The whole idea was we were supposed to move here because there wasn't room for us other places. They moved us everywhere, and there's not room here either. What the hell?
You seem to be having a problem with beef. How's Chris? How's Chris? Oh, okay. I saw your daughter down there. That's what I wondered. Did you get your lunch? Is lunch here? Make sure that they save some for you guys. Because the other day I was in there and they're like, oh, we have to make sure we're saving lunch for the sheep people. And I'm like, are we chopped liver? We're in the middle of a show. No, I'm waiting to hear if I can have one more row. I asked for 1.5. Laramie said no. Now I'm asking for one. I'm asking for half. This comes down to we need another barn. Yep. Thank you.
Hey, Cameron's here. Hooray.
Yay. I don't know, is that a good thing or not a bad thing?
Well, it's good because you bring it.
Oh,
Get to
okay.
see you too.
All right. We got to call Carrie Sears to see if she's coming. Do we have Carrie Sears' phone number?
No, I usually message her and stuff.
Winner, fall yearling heifers and milk, and our futurity entries to ringside. Fall yearling heifer and futurity entries to ringside.
you.
I don't need it immediately.
Let me just see if this elicits anything.
Give me that back.
So they have
There it is.
Bristolian roots on them. We got a couple of minutes. I can bring a plate out or go in.
Yeah, we can go in here.
Carlene Russo just said, I haven't gotten any passes yet. I can't wait to see if this is Bovies just wanting to come because they're handing out ribbons or if they're bringing cows. I have no entries. Bovies just texted me and said, we have no passes yet. And I'm like, okay, Russo, no. Bovie, no.
And where are you hanging them?
I don't know. I have no idea. Just 3 heifers. Do you see anything?
Maybe it's time for a three. No, I don't have any more. I don't have anything for Melissa.
Did you make entries?
She
Is your
said, yes,
next
we
question.
sent in for 3 heifers.
Receipt?
Huh?
Receipt? Does she have a receipt?
Receipt.
I'm not being mean. I'm just trying to chase it down. Stuff happens. You know, the customer's always right, but I want to figure out how I can make it right.
Now in the ring to start our milk cow classes is our entry for the fall yearling heifer and milk. Congratulations to Blue Spruce Farm winning our fall yearling heifer and milk class. And here's our judge with his reasons.
Well, just one entry in this milk and yearling class, but a beautiful young cow with great future, just fresh a month, got great quality to the mammary system, great style to her frame. She's well grown, she's big, she's long, just a beautiful young cow with a great future. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Blue Spruce Farm winning our fall yearling heifer and milk class with Blue Spruce Radisson Summer. Now in the ring is our futurity class. Congratulations to Beverly Donovan, winning our 2-year-old futurity class with Deer Hill Foxelle. And here's our judge with his reasons.
Well, a nice class of maturity cows and a pair of really beautiful cows right at the top. And it's kind of close. First cow's first lactation. The second one is just fresh with her second lactation. But I give the advantage to our cow in first. I think when you see her on the move, when she's handling right, she just has more power up through that front end, a little bit more height, just that depth of forerib. You know, when you get to the rear udder, she's just a little higher, fuller right at the top. And I'll give her advantage in fore udder also. It's just a little snugger right at the fore udder. But like I said, this one's, the second one's just fresh with second calf. Got a lot of great qualities to her. She's extremely dairy, got a beautiful udder, and she uses that angularity to her frame, that bloom to the mammary system, and the quality of mammary system, her size and shape to her teat to go over the cow in third. Third over fourth, a closer place, and I give the advantage to cow in third. Just a little more dairy through her frame. She's a little nicer right over the top line. She's more level from hips to pins, or has a more correct slope to her rump there than the one in fourth. The cow in fourth's got great depth of both fore and rear rib, and she just has more power up through the front end and more spring to that rib region, and a little nicer at the top of the rear udder and down through her ligament to go over the cow in fifth. Nice class, beautiful pair at the top. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Beverly Donovan, winning our 2-year-old futurity with Deer Hill Foxelle. Second place to Jenny Young with True Blessings Princess Parfait. Third to Matthew Lafferty and Leah Caverly with Breezy Hill PBR by Rhinoceros. Fourth to Robert Russell and Leah Caverly with Breezy Hill Famous Billie Jean. And fifth to Jenny Young with True Blessings P Poppy. Now in the ring is the Summer Junior 2-year-olds. Congratulations to Blue Spruce Farm winning our summer junior 2-year-old class. And here's our judge with his reasons.
Well, in this summer junior 2 class, just a tremendous dairy cow winning this class, and she's winning on that dairiness, that milkiness that she exhibits. She's a cow that's very clean through her front end, very open in her frame, clean through her bone structure, and she goes over that cow in second. The cow in second I did make best udder of the class, but she uses that dairy frame, that cleanness to the bone, the openness of rib, the cleanness up through her head and neck, and when you stand her in line, she's cleaner down through that hock region, and just cleaner framed all the way through, just spells a little bit more milk in that frame than the cow in second. Like I said, the cow in second I made best udder. To me, she just shows more bloom and capacity to that mammary system. She's nicer through the forudder development. She's cleaner through that, silkier through that hide through her forudder also. And she's a cow that's just deeper both fore and rear rib. And when she comes at you from the front end, she's a lot more square through that front end and nicer through those rear legs than the cow coming here in third. Third over four is just a cow that's nicer in her udder. When you get behind her, she has more height, width, and symmetry to that mammary system, deeper in that seam of the udder, and just a little dairy through her frame all the way through than this deep body cow coming in fourth. Nice class and a beautiful dairy cow to win.
Congratulations to Blue Spruce Farm winning summer junior 2-year-old, Blue Spruce Milo 2307. Second place in first junior to Kadam Stanton with Stanair Apples America. Third to Gabe Blaisdell and Lone Birch with Lone Birch Reynolds Janessa. And fourth to Glen Farm with Glen Farm Dynamic Moon. Now in the ring is our junior 2-year-old class. Congratulations to Jenny Young winning our junior 2-year-old class with True Blessings Pea Poppy. And here's our judge with his reasons.
Well, just one entry in the junior 2 class, but a very dairy cow coming here win the class. Really admire her for her frame. She's hard-topped. She's clean through her frame. Got beautiful head carriage and breed character through the front end. And she looks like she milks extremely well on that dairy frame and that beautiful udder. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Jenny Young winning the junior 2-year-old class with True Blessings Pea Poppy. Next in the ring are the senior 2-year-old cows. Judging our Eastern States National Ayrshire show today is Mark Reith. Mark grew up on a 35-cow grade dairy farm in Wisconsin. After graduating from the University of Wisconsin River Falls, Mark began working with some of the leading dairy herds in Wisconsin and the Pacific Northwest. While on the Pacific Coast, he purchased Westland Tom D with a group of partners. That cow went on to become a 4-time World Dairy Expo Grand Champion and earned Reserve Supreme Champion honors at the show. Tom D was just the first of 4 cows to win Supreme or Reserve Supreme Champion honors during the past for Mark. Mark Reith and his partner Nikki Reap own and operate Rosedale Genetics Limited. They currently milk 82 head and raise 140 head of heifers, maintaining a BAA of 110.2 and a rolling herd average of 20,500. International interest in Rosedale Genetics has resulted in embryo sales to 10 different countries. In 2005, Lavender Ruby Red Rose Red became the first red and white to win Supreme Champion honors at World Dairy Expo. She was All-American Red and White 125,000 pound cow in 2007 after being named Grand Champion. Mark Reith has judged numerous shows across the U.S. and Canada and has judged national shows around the world. He was the official judge of the International Holstein Show during the 2009 World Dairy Expo in Madison, Wisconsin. He currently serves on the World Dairy Expo's Dairy Cattle Show Committee and has twice been recognized for his skills with dairy cattle, earning the Klusendorf-Mackenzie Award in 1995 and the Klusendorf Award in 2008. It's great to have you here in the ring today, Mark, judging our Eastern States National Ayrshire Show. We'd also like to introduce Katerina Leach, who is the current National Ayrshire Ambassador. Katerina is 16 years old and lives in Arundel, Maine. She lives on her family's small dairy farm that has registered Ayrshire and Holstein cows. She's an active member of the 4-H the New England Ayrshire Club. After starting with the Ayrshires by leasing from Blue Spruce Farms, Katerina now owns her own animals. She's very excited to attend the shows and events to promote the Ayrshire breed. It's great to have you here today, Katerina, helping out with the show. Junior exhibitors, take 2 steps forward. Congratulations to Preston Peabody, winning our senior 2-year-old class. And here's our judge with his reasons.
Well, really, really impressive class. Great cows all the way down. I think a lot of future in a lot of these cows. That being said, I think our first cow wins on her pretty handily here today. She's had 2 calves. She's got great balance, got a beautiful udder, and she moves extremely well. And she wins on that overall style to her frame, style to her mammary system. She goes over the cow in second that's had one lactation or is on her first lactation. Just has more bloom and capacity to the mammary system. She's deeper, both fore and rear rib. And she's got a little bit more width and power through her whole frame than this cow coming in second. Cow coming in second is just a beautiful, well-cut, well-balanced animal, and she uses that overall balance to that fore-udder department. She's just more stylish to the fore-udder. She's a little nicer right through that front end, and of course, she's just handling a little nicer here today than this cow coming in third. The thoroughbred here in third, she's active, but she's just a little longer and cleaner through her frame. When she's on the move, she just has a little bit more depth to both fore and rear rib, and a little, like I said, longer in her frame and a little more mature here today than this really cute cow coming here in fourth. Fourth over fifth, I think cow in fourth with another calf is going to be really something special. She's really well packed, put together. To me, she shows more style to that fore-udder attachment. I like her size and shape to her teat a little nicer. Shows more openness to her rib and just a little fuller right through that front end, a little more width through the front end than another second calver coming here in fifth. The calf, you really love her mammary system, her style, and she looks like she milks well and handles herself extremely well. Congratulations, beautiful class.
Congratulations to Preston Peabody, winning our senior 2-year-old cow class and first junior with Cozy Country Reagan Mojito. Second junior to Preston and Josh Peabody, John Henry and Elizabeth Tiffany with True Blessings Autograph Kira. Third to Beverly Donovan with Deer Hill Foxelle. Fourth to Ashley Owens with Hidden Springs Calla Lily. And fifth to Jenny Young with True Blessings Princess Parfait. Now entering the ring is the junior 3-year-olds. Full placings in the senior 2-year-old cow class. Entry 3130 from Preston Peabody was first and first junior. 3133 from Preston and Josh Peabody, John Henry and Elizabeth Tiffany was second and second junior. 3134 from Jenny Young was 10th. 3135 from Matthew Lafferty and Leah Caverly was 11th. 3136 from Robert Russell and Leah Caverly was 12th. 3138 from Beverly Donovan was 3rd. 3140 from Addison Olson was 7th and 3rd junior. 3131 from Blue Spruce Farm was 6th. 3141 from Blue Spruce Farm was 9. 3143 from Madison and Kaylee Ryda and Morning Dew Farm was 8th and 4th junior. 3144 from Jenny Young was 5th. And an added entry, entry 3128, we moved over from the junior 2 to the senior 2, from Ashley Owens was 4th. Currently in the ring is the junior 3-year-olds. Junior exhibitors, please take 2 steps forward. Congratulations to Blue Spruce Farms winning our junior 3-year-old class. And here's our judge with his reasons.
Well, another really nice class and a beautiful cow to win the class. Cow really spells milk in her frame. She's very open. She's very dairy. A cow that walks really nice on her feet and legs. And I made her best udder in the class also with that style to that mammary system, width and bloom and snugness underneath the udder. She goes over that cow in second. When you see her from the side, I just like how her forudder blends more smoothly through to her body wall. She's a cow a little longer in her frame, a little harder right through the top line, but she's just a little bit more open and clean all the way through than the cow here coming in second. Second over third, the second cow's got 2 calves, the third cow's got 1 calf. And I had them both ways, but I think when you see them out, when you see them in lineup, the second cow definitely has an advantage of bloom and capacity, that rear udder attachment. But when you see her from the side, she's just a little bit more oomph to her frame. She's more sprinter rib, a little bit more drop to that chest fuller, a little wider right through the front end, and just spells a little more milk here today than the cow in third. Third over fourth, just style to that mammary system. She's snugger through that forudder attachment. She's more open in her frame, more balanced in both fore and rear rib. It's just a little more style right over that top line through her front end than the cow in fourth. Fourth over fifth, just get behind her. The fourth cow is just wider at the top of the rear udder, shows more definition of the seam, and just a little more bloom all the way through all 4 quarters than another nice cow coming here in fifth. Beautiful class, nice pair at the top. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Blue Spruce Farms winning our junior 3-year-old cow class. Second place to Jenny Young and Kyle Baird with True Blessings Mr. P Future. Third and first junior to Preston Peabody with Diamond Ridge Ringer Frida. Fourth to Gabe Blaisdell and Lone Birch with Lone Birch Reynolds Rumor. And fifth to Jenny Young with True Blessings Peaches Poem. Now in the ring is our senior 3-year-old class. Congratulations to Glen Farm, running our senior 3-year-old cow class with Glen Farm Kings Misty. And here's our judge with his reasons.
Oh, really nice class. A really nice cow to win this class. Just on her, just a cow that's got so much power and strength. She walks on beautiful set of feet and legs. And when you get behind her, she has a high, full, wide rear udder, and she spells milk from the rear udder. She's got a lot of width through the rump. Beautiful, powerful cow to win the class. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Glen Farm winning our senior 3-year-old class with Glen Farm Kings Misty. Now entering the ring, we have our first and second place young cows to compete for intermediate champion of our junior show. In the ring to compete for intermediate champion of our Ayrshire Youth Show, our first place summer junior 2-year-old from Cadam Stanton, Stan Air Apples America. The first place senior 2-year-old from Preston Peabody, Cozy Country Reagan Mojito. And the second place senior 2-year-old from Preston and Josh Peabody, John Henry and Elizabeth Tiffany, True Blessings Autograph Kira. And a first place junior 3-year-old from Preston Peabody, Diamond Ridge Ringer Frida.
We got 4 really nice cows out here for our intermediate champions for the junior show. First is the summer yearling, summer junior 2, I should say. Great young cow, great power through her frame. She walks on a really nice set of feet and legs, got a beautiful mammary system. Then I've got the 2 pair in the middle are our first and second senior 2s. Our winner has 2 calves, great bloom, great dairy cow, great open in her frame. The second one is just 1 calf, but so much style, so much balance to that frame department, beautiful forerunner. And then our junior 3, another cow that fits that same mold, hard-topped, nice legs, and beautiful quality to her mammary system. I'm going to go out and select my intermediate champion, reserve intermediate, honorable mention, and I'll give a few reasons. The senior too, just a tremendous cow. Like I said, she's had two lactations. A cow with a great future ahead of her. She's got just great dairy quality to her. She has a beautiful mammary system, and she uses that. Had one more calf to go over to the reserve champion. Just a little bit more bloom capacity to that mammary system, and a little bit more depth of both strength through that front end than our reserve intermediate champion. Reserve over honorable mention. Close placings, I think just a little more style to her frame. I think when you see her out, she's a little cleaner cut through that frame. And when you see her from the side, she's just nicer through that forerudder attachment, a little nicer size and shape to her teat here today, but a close placing because the Summer Junior 2 is also a beautiful, powerful cow. All four of these cows are great. Give them a round of applause. Great junior show.
Congratulations to Preston Peabody, winning intermediate champion of our junior show with a senior 2-year-old, Cozy Country Reagan Mojito. Our reserve intermediate champion goes to Preston and Josh Peabody, John Henry and Elizabeth Tiffany with True Blessings Autograph Kira. And the honorable mention to Kadam Stanton with a summer junior 2-year-old, Stan Air Apples America. Now entering the ring, we have our animals competing for intermediate champion of our open show. Competing for intermediate champion of our Ayrshire show, our first place fall yearling in milk from Blue Spruce Farms, Blue Spruce Radisson Summer. The first place summer junior 2-year-old from Blue Spruce Farm, Blue Spruce Milo 2307. Our second place summer junior 2-year-old from Cadam Stanton, Stan Air Apples America. First place junior 2-year-old from Jenny Young, True Blessings Pea Poppy. First place senior 2-year-old from Preston Peabody, Cozy Country Reagan Mojito. And our second place senior 2-year-old from Preston and John Peabody, John Henry and Elizabeth Tiffany, True Blessings Autograph Kira. First place junior 3-year-old from Blue Spruce Farms, Blue Spruce Viking Smitty. And our second place junior 3-year-old from Jenny Young and Kyle Baird, True Blessings Mr. P Future. And our first place senior 3-year-old from Glen Farm Kings Misty.
Well, for intermediate champion of the open show, I pulled out four cows. I think they exemplify what I like. We talked all day about cows and heifers that walk really nice on their feet and legs. I think these animals all move very freely. We talked a lot about angularity and dairiness. These cows all are very angular in their frame. They're very uniformed cattle. They're cattle that's great through the rump structure, great through their style and balance. I think I couldn't ask for four nicer cows to have out here for intermediate champion. I pulled out the pair of senior 2-year-olds. It was a beautiful, by far the best class of the day, and I think they won quite handily up at the top for their style, their balance, beautiful mammary systems. And then I pulled out that pair of intermediate champions. Both are our fresh second calf. Cows that look like they milk extremely well. They got great balance, great style. I'm going to go out. I'll select my intermediate champion, my reserve intermediate, and honorable mention. I'll give some reasons after. I think it's very close between our senior 2 and our junior 3. But I think when you see them out here walk, I think the advantage of our young 2-year-old here, she has just more width through her frame all the way through. When she walks, she just handles her feet and legs a little nicer also when she moves. But she has a little bit more width throughout. I think you see that when you stand behind her. She also has a little more width and height just at the top of the rear udder attachment, and just a little more capacity of that frame all the way through than our intermediate, or for our junior 3-year-old. The junior 3 goes over the second place senior 2-year-old on a close place, but she's had one more lactation. She's just got a little bit more bloom and capacity, that mammary system, and just a little bit more volume of udder here today. But this, and just a little nicer right at the top of the rear udder. But this second place 2-year-old, I think another calf, she's going to be really something special. Side profile is beautiful, deep rib, beautiful fore udder. She's got so much style and balance. I think these are 3 incredible young cows. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Preston Peabody, winning our intermediate champion of our show with a senior 2-year-old, Cozy Country Reagan Mojito. Our reserve intermediate champion to Blue Spruce Farm with their junior 3-year-old, Blue Spruce Viking Smitty. And our honorable mention to the second place senior 2-year-old from Preston and John Peabody, John Henry and Elizabeth Tiffany, True Blessings Autograph Kira. Congratulations. Now entering the ring is our 4-year-old cow class. Junior exhibitors, please take 2 steps forward. Congratulations to Preston Peabody, winning our 4-year-old cow class. And here's our judge with his reasons.
Just a real nice cow, real well-balanced cow to win this class. Just a cow that you really see on the move. She's hard-topped. She walks on a nice set of feet and legs. She's had 3 lactations, and that udder is welded on really tight. She has more style to that mammary system here today to go over the cow in second. I like how her size and shape to the teats are more correct, and they're more underneath her. She's also a little more even at the top of the rear udder, and just a little more style to that frame here today than the cow in second. Second over third, the advantage there, the cow in second's had 4 lactation. The cow in third is just fresh with her second. And that cow in second is just more open in her frame, more dairy through her front end, just more angular and more bloom to that mammary system here today than this beautiful cow coming in third. Cow in third just needs to milk a little longer. She's just maybe 2 weeks fresh, and just got to get a little of that zappiness to her frame and bloom to that udder here today. But she uses that frame to go over the cow in fourth, just more length of frame, more width throughout, and a little more style right to that forehead attachment here today to go over another cow fresh with a 4th lactation in fourth. Fourth over fifth, just more style to the mammary system, more openness of rib, and more silkiness to that hide than another well-balanced cow coming in fifth. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Preston Peabody and True Blessings, winning our 4-year-old cow class with True Blessings Midas Rain. Second place to Kyle Bear with Cozy Country Reagan Malibu. Third to Rydale Genetics, Ryan and Marjorie Ryda with Rydale Viking Shea. Fourth to Gabe Blaisdell, Lone Birch and Air Bay with Air Bay Josie. Fifth and second junior to Preston and Kendra Peabody with True Blessings Gent Rayleigh. Now in the ring is the 5-year-old cow class. Congratulations to Rydell Genetics, Ryan and Marjorie Rada winning our 5-year-old cow class. And here's our judge with his reasons.
Just 3 cows in this class, but they're 3 high quality cows. 3 cows with beautiful mammary systems. They all look like they milk extremely well. But that being said, I think our first cow wins on that overall style and presence in the range. She's a beautiful head and neck cow. Shows a lot of breed character to her frame, but she's a cow that's just a little nicer when you see her on the move. When you see her from the side, she's a little bit fuller fore and rear rib. She's a little nicer right through that fore udder attachment. Shows more venation of the udder. I made our first cow best udder. I think when you get behind it, it's just a little more silkiness to that udder quality. It just shows more venation throughout, and a cow just a little more quality all the way through tip of her nose, the tip of her tail than the cow in second. The cow in second you admire. She's had 4 lactations. The cow looks like she milks extremely well. She has advantage over the cow in third. She's just a longer frame cow, a little more power right up through the front end. She shows a little bit more bloom and capacity to that mammary system and just a little more silkiness to hide also than this cow in third. But the cow in third is extremely well balanced. Just looks like she needs another calf to kind of frame out a little bit more and develop a little more udder, but whatever she's got is really good. So 3 beautiful cows, congratulations.
Congratulations to Rydell Genetics, Ryan and Marjorie Rada winning our 5-year-old cow class, the Blue Spruce Reagan Mariah. Second place to Henry Hardy with Hardy Farm Champ Copper. And third and first junior to Danielle Trinkle with Trinkle Farms B King Elsa. Now in the ring is our 6 years and older cows. Junior exhibitors, take 2 steps forward. Congratulations to Blue Spruce Farms and Craig Hawksley winning our 6-year and older cow class.
Well, this class is a great testament to the breeders, just top to bottom. One of my funnest classes to judge here today. Really impressive. You look at the number of calvings and how old these cows are. They've done a tremendous job with these cows, and it's a beautiful class all the way down. That being said, I think our first cow wins quite handily. She's an impressive cow. She's almost 7 years old with 5 lactations, but you know, if you told me she was a 4-year-old, I'd believe you. Just so refined in her dairy quality. She has a beautiful mammary system, great style to that. I don't care what breed of cows you'd milk, you'd want to have this cow in your barn out back because she's just one beautiful balanced cow. And she goes over that cow here in second. On that mammary system, you see the size and shape to the teat are more desirable on our first cow. She's a little, her udder's a little higher above the hocks, a little more venation and silkiness to the mammary system for the quality. And she's a cow just a little bit more refined in her bone quality down through that leg region and a little cleaner through the frame than this big, powerful cow coming in second. Second over third, just a little more style when you see her out in the ring. She's a cow a little more open through that chest floor. She's a cow when you see her from the side, she's a little silkier through that fore udder attachment, a little more bloom to that mammary system here today, a little silkier to the rear udder also, and just a little more feminine clean all the way through than this 10-year-old cow coming here in third. 10-year-old cow in third's quite impressive on her frame and style, and she's just a little deeper both fore and rear rib, and maybe just a freckle bit nicer right at the top of the rear udder, but another beautiful older cow coming here in fourth over fifth. Just a little nicer as she walks over her top line. She's a little nicer from hips to pins and a little bit more balance in the frame. And again, just right at the top of the rear udder, just a freckle bit wider. And she just tracks a little nicer on that pasture in here today than another older cow coming here in fifth. Cow real impressive. I think she's 7 or 8 calves and got great quality to that mammary system. Great style throughout. Beautiful class, impressive. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Blue Spruce Farm and Craig Hawksley winning the 6 years and older cow class with Sweet Pepper, Vicky, and Fawn. Second and first junior to Aiden Schonecker with Scapeland Dempsey Whimsy. Third to Woodman Farm with Woodman Farm Lochinvar Adel. Fourth to Jenny Young with Ethier Acres Blackjack Rosetta. And fifth to Bridie and Larry Nolan and Keenan Tygeson with Shaker Hollow Double Barrel Alicia. Now in the ring is our Lifetime Component Merit class. Congratulations to Rydale Genetics, Ryan and Marjorie Rada, winning the Lifetime Component Merit class.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, what an impressive cow here. Just one in the class, but she's 11 years old, 8 lactations, and you can't really, hard to pick a hole in this cow. So beautiful in her frame. When you stand behind her, she has a ideal rump and spring to that rib like you see in a cow model. Like has great barrel to her. She's got beautiful rear udder attachment. When you see her from sides, she walks so hard on that top line. It carries her loin so square is what I say, and beautiful feet and legs. She's just made so correct and so beautiful. And for 11 years old, I think that's quite a testament to how good she looks. Congratulations, beautiful cow.
Congratulations to Rydale Genetics, Ryan and Marjorie Rada, winning our Lifetime Component Merit class with the Rydale Nemo Serenity. Now in the ring are the animals competing for senior champion of our youth show. Our first place 4-year-old cow from Preston Peabody, True Blessings Midas Rain. A second place 4-year-old cow from Preston and Kendra Peabody, True Blessings Ray Lee. A first place 5-year-old cow from Danielle Trinkle, Trinkle Farms B. King Elisa. Our first place 6 years and older cow from Aiden Schonecker, Scapeland Dempsey Whitney. And the second place 6 years and older cow from Jared Small, Hidden Valley DB Bermuda.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, for a senior champion, I'm going to go out, I'll select my senior champion reserve, honorable mention, give some reasons. I think all 5 of these cows exemplify, again, what what I've been looking for. Great quality, great style, great, beautiful mammary systems. Very impressive group. You can't really deny this young cow, this 4-year-old. She's just so balanced, so feminine, clean. She's just got all the right parts. Just like I say, beautiful over the top line, beautiful mammary system, nice set of feet and legs. She looks like a cow that's going to continue to get better the older she gets. And she goes over that older cow just on that quality, a silkiness to the mammary system, a little more angular to her frame, and just a little nicer bone quality right through the hock region down to her foot than this age cow. The age cow goes over the 5-year-old, just more capacity, more frame, more development of udder, more width and height to the top of the rear udder also. But the 5-year-old, you really like that balance to it. And again, another youthful cow, just eats a calf again. But very impressive show. Congratulations to the junior exhibitors.
Congratulations to Preston Peabody, winning senior champion of our junior show for the 4-year-old cow, True Blessings Midas Rain. Reserve senior champion to Aiden Schonecker with the 6-year and older cow, Scapelin Dempsey Whitney. An honorable mention to Danielle Trinkle with the 5-year-old Trinkle Farms B King Elisa. Next in the ring is grand champion of our junior show. Now in the ring to compete for grand champion of our junior show, we have our junior champion, the summer yearling from Kylie Jordan, Rushy Brook A. Haiku, and the reserve junior champion from Madison and Kayla Rida, Morning Dew Reynolds Zende. The intermediate champion from Preston Peabody, Cozy, the senior 2-year-old, Cozy Country Reagan Mojito. And our reserve intermediate champion, our second place senior 2-year-old from Preston and Josh Peabody, and John Henry and Elizabeth Tiffany, True Blessings Autograph Kira. The senior champion, a 4-year-old from Preston Peabody, True Blessings Midas Rain. And the reserve senior champion, the 6 years and older cow, Scapelin Dempsey Whitney from Aiden Schonecker.
Well, it's been a great show today, and these juniors competed right up there with every class. There was juniors either winning or right up toward the top. And I think when you see the quality come out from our heifers to the old cow at the end, I think you can see the pattern, the great style. It'd be hard pressed to go anywhere in the country and find a group like this. Great quality, great style, and the pattern has been a fun show to judge. Give these kids a round of applause. They put on one heck of a show. You know, when those champion heifers come out, they still look just as good as they did in the classes, and great quality. And like I said, they kind of got that same cut that our intermediate and our senior champions have. I think just a great, tremendous pair of intermediate champions here. Great angler, beautiful udders. And then our senior champions, two beautiful cows that have great quality and style and mammary systems also. I'm going to go out. I'll select my my grand champion, my reserve, and an honorable mention, and I'll give a few reasons. It really is close between Grand and Reserve, but I give the advantage to that 2-year-old intermediate champion. I think when you see her out in the rain, no matter which direction you see her from, she just got a little bit more drop to that rear cage region. She's just deeper in that rear flank region. Gives her a little more style right through that forehead attachment, and just a little bit more openness in that all the way through that frame than our senior champion. Senior champion so well balanced in it. And she's going to go over that the reserve intermediate champion, just a little more length to her frame, a little more just openness and width throughout. But very impressed with the quality we've had out here today. Give those kids another round of applause. They put on a really great show.
Congratulations to Preston Peabody, winning grand champion of our junior show with a senior 2-year-old Cozy Country Reagan Mojito. Our reserve grand champion also goes to Preston Peabody with a 4-year-old True Blessings Midas Rain. And our honorable mention grand champion went to Preston and Josh Peabody and John Henry and Elizabeth Tiffany, with their second place senior 2-year-old True Blessings Autograph Kira. Congratulations. Now entering the ring are the animals competing for our senior champion of our open show. In the ring competing for senior champion of our open show, we have our first place 4-year-old cow. From Preston Peabody and True Blessings. True Blessings minus rain. Our second place 4-year-old cow from Kyle Bearer. Cozy Country Reagan Malibu. First place 5-year-old cow from Rydell Genetics, Ryan and Marjorie Ryda. Blue Spruce Reagan Mariah. And the second place 5-year-old cow from Henry Hardy, Hardy Farm Champ Copper. The first place 6 years and older cow from Blue Spruce Farm and Craig Hawksley, Sweet Pepper Viking Fawn. And our second place 6-year and older cow from Aiden Schonecker, Scapeland Dempsey Whitney. And the first place lifetime component merit class cow from Rydell Genetics, Ryan and Marjorie Ryda, Rydell Nemo Serenity.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is a pretty good group of 4 cows here for senior champion, and I pulled out our winning 4-year-old, winning 5-year-old, winning age cow, and our production cow, and I was talking here a minute ago. I mean, when you look at the Shire breed there, like at Madison, it's just amazing. Like as a breed, as they get older in the classes, the cows just continue to get better and better. Like that breed just ages so well. They got great power, great strength. They milk extremely well, and I'm kind of a Holstein man, but I always say this breed always does great with my Holsteins. Like they get along good. They love the pasture. They're good to work with, and they milk right with the Holstein cows, and you can see it out here. These cows are dairy cows. They got great capacity. They move so freely, and they're pretty flawless all the way down through. And you know, the 4-year-old has got that great mammary system, great style. The 5-year-old is just exquisite through her head and neck and over her top line. You get behind her, she's got a beautiful rear udder. Our age cow looks like a 4-year-old when you see her out here. She's so youthful looking, but yet she's had 5 lactations. I think she's 7 years old and still so feminine, clean throughout, and moves so nice. And then you got the old age cow, or the production cow that's 11 years old. That's close to the true type model when you look at her. I think it's just a great evolution of this breed. It's just been so good. So I'm going to go out and I'll select my senior champion, my reserve senior champion, honorable mention, and I'll give some reasons. I think all 4 of these cows are just tremendous. I think this is quite a pair for senior champion reserve, and it's very close. You can talk these 2 cows both ways, but I think when a cow is 11 years old and she's got a frame like that and a mammary system like that, it's pretty hard to beat. And she just uses that little bit more maturity. I think when you see her out, she's just a little deeper, both fore and rear rib. And like I say, when you get behind this, our senior champion, when you see her walk, like I said, she looks like a true type model, and the way that frame comes out of that cage comes out of her hips and pins, and the style to that mammary system, and taking nothing away from when the age cow come in, I said, well, here's my champion cow, and then all of a sudden this production cow come in the class. But I think these are 2 outstanding cows, and don't want to be hard on the 5-year-old, but she just needs a little bit more. She's so pretty and so stylish, but I think when you get the maturity of these 2 cows, so they got a number of lactations, she needs a little bit more time to knock these cows out. But it's hard pressed to see 3 cows like this in any show, and so give these a round of applause. This is just a tremendous group of senior champions.
Congratulations to Rydell Genetics, Ryan and Marjorie Rada winning senior champion. Along with the ribbons and awards, there's also a monetary award in memory of Diane Woodis that's going to our senior champion. And our senior champion is our production cow, Rydell Nemo Serenity. The reserve senior champion went to the 6-year-old cow from Blue Spruce Farm and Craig Hawksley, Sweet Pepper Viking Fawn. And the honorable mention goes to the 5-year-old cow from Rydell Genetics, Ryan and Marjorie Rada with Blue Spruce Reagan Marsh. Congratulations. Now in the ring are the animals competing for grand champion of our Eastern States National Ayrshire Show. Our junior champion, a fall heifer calf from Rydale Genetics and Legacy Lane Farm, Blue Spruce Reynolds, 21,172. Our reserve junior champion, the summer yearling from Kylie Jordan, Brushy Brook A Haiku. Our intermediate champion, the senior 2-year-old from Preston Peabody, Cozy Country Reagan Mojito. And the reserve intermediate champion, a junior 3-year-old from Blue Spruce Farm, Blue Spruce Viking Smitty. The senior champion, the production cow from Rydale Genetics, Ryan and Marjorie Ryda, Rydale Nemo Serenity. And the reserve senior champion from Blue Spruce Farm and Craig Hawksley, Sweet Pepper Viking Fawn.
Well, it's going to end up being a really good trip. I know, like, back home they want to chop corn tomorrow, so I got a lot of stuff to do by the time I get home tonight. And but I'm really glad I come out because you couldn't ask for a better group of champions out here. I talked earlier in the day about pattern, and when you look at that group of junior champions, they simulate these intermediate and age cows or senior champions in that same form. Like we talked feet and legs and balance and style. The intermediate champions, they're getting a bit of milk in them and still look really well. Just great balance and I think great futures the intermediate champions have as they get older. And then our senior champions test of time, just great quality and you look at for their age and mammary systems they have is just exquisite, so impressive. I'll go out and select my grand champion, my reserve and honorable mention, and we'll do some talking. I mean, when you see this pair of senior champions out here, they could win just about any show that they go to. And we talked a lot about a true type model of our champion cow here, and she is just exquisite on her frame and width and power, and it's something it's so hard to breed for. And this cow, for her age, still moves so freely, gets around a number of calves, and just continues to do it. And I think that's a testament to the breed. Like I talked to you, you see these older cow classes and the cows keep getting better and better and better and they milk more and more and more. And that's the way the breed should do. Not a lot of milk as young cows and they don't last. They just continue to get better. And I think that's a testament to your breeders. And then the reserve grand champion goes over that intermediate champion just on the maturity here today. She's had 5 lactations and just has more bloom capacity and tighter through that foreudder attachment. The young cows going to have her days. She just continues to calve and develop here, but that's one beautiful pair of senior champions that are going to be grand reserve of the show. Congratulations again.
Congratulations to Rydale Genetics, Ryan and Marjorie Rada, winning grand champion of our show and best bred and owned with Rydale Nemo Serenity. Our reserve grand champion goes to the 6-year-old from Blue Spruce Farm in Craig Hawksley, Sweet Pepper Viking Fawn. And the honorable mention to the intermediate champion, the senior 2-year-old from Preston Peabody, Cozy Country Reagan Mojito. Congratulations.
Well, we have 3 groups here for Junior Best 3, and it's I think the top 2, it's pretty close when you look at it. But our first group has 3 winners in there, and there are 3 cows that all got beautiful mammals. It's really dairy, like those cows. You can see the production in there, all the bloom to their mammary system, the angularity of their frame, and there's just a little cleaner cut, a little bit more bloom all the way through than the group in second. The group in second is just so uniformed. I like the shape and size of their udders. All 3 are very uniformed, and there's just a little bit more balance. All 3 cows, all 3 mammary systems are just a little more uniform in their style, width, and bloom than the group in third. But the group in third is also a nice group. We got a lot of great width and power throughout. 3 real nice groups. Give them a round of applause, please.
Congratulations to Blue Spruce Farm winning Senior Best 3 females. Second place to Jenny Young, and third to Glen Farms. Exhibitors, please hold your place once you're lined up. Thank you.
Well, this is the last class of the day, and by far the most impressive. I think some of the shows back home, you know, I'll go to shows and there's a whole bunch of heifers and a few people show cows, and it kind of lacks the breeder quality. It's just some people send a few animals down, but you don't see the strains like you do years ago. People are just bringing groups of cows. This tells me that this is a breeder oriented show. I mean, there's just as many cows as there are heifers. Some of the shows I go to, like I say, a lot of heifers, and there's a few cows, and there's some, you know, groups that buy cows and show and win a lot of stuff. But this is really impressive. I got to really compliment, because you guys love breeding your cows, and it's interesting to see generations of cow families and the old cows out here and the young heifers, and they all look extremely well. So give a round of applause to all you people that put all that work in. It's really impressive. Top two groups, pretty impressive. I mean, when you look at that first group, you got your champion cow. They're just cut from the calf to the cow, the old cow. They're all cut the same. They're angular. You can see the breeding pattern and the style that they breed for, and it's so impressive. And from top to bottom, they're all the same. They're beautiful head carriage, beautiful style. They're all hard topped. That's just one impressive group for exhibitor herd. The group in second, and they just got a little bit more maturity in the cows, a little more development of the frames and power all the way through to go over the group in second. Second over third, I think you got a group in second. You got three cows that really milk well, and you got your reserve champion cow there, and that carries a lot of weight, and two really nice heifers. So it's very close, second and third, but I think just a little bit higher into placings, a little more style throughout. But that group in third, they're all color patterned the same, very uniform in their style to their mammary system. You like that balance and style that they have, and that puts them in fourth over fifth, just a little more style of all the cows in the mammary system. But that group in fifth, you really admire those older cows, still look extremely well, the heifers, and I know these girls been out here showing, and they did a really good job showing. They're great showmen, and very impressed with this group also. From the cows to the leadsmen, they've done an extremely well job. And then it just gets a little different placings. You got groups with a few more heifers and cows,
and maybe not quite the style, but always impressive all the way down. So give them a round of applause. This is a big class, and it's a lot of work out here. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Rydell Genetics, Ryan and Marjorie Rada, winning our exhibitors herd. Second place to Blue Spruce Farm. Third to Jenny Young. Fourth to Bridie Nolan. Fifth to Tyler Woodman. And sixth to Glen Farm. Congratulations. Winning premier exhibitor of our Ayrshire show is Blue Spruce Farm. Congratulations. Second place was Rydell Genetics, and third was Jenny Young. Winning premier breeder of our Ayrshire show is Jenny Young. Second place is Blue Spruce Farm. Queen of the Milky Way goes to Morning Dew Farm with Morning Dew Brayson's Fiona, their senior 2-year-old. Congratulations, Andy Retta. The herdsman cane is going to Leah Caverly Cafferty. Our best bred and owned of our junior show is going to Danielle Trinkle with her 5-year-old cow, Trinkle Farms Bee King Elisa. Our total performance cow and highest energy correct milk winner, sorry Lizzie, goes to Rydell's Nemo Serenity, the production cow from Ryan and Marjorie Ryda at Rydell Genetics. In our Eastern States Exposition Herdsman Awards, first place went to Rydell, third to Glen Farms, and third to Blue Spruce. Congratulations. Congratulations to all of our Ayrshire breeders and exhibitors. That wraps up our show for today. Have a safe trip home, and we hope to see you next year.